Hey, welcome back to Gigs on Twitch. Back tonight with a Rainbow Depths deck. This is the straight 75 that Tom Het plays. We do luckily have a sideboard guide as well, which is really cool. But Depths is definitely a archetype that I do have a bit of experience with. I do own Turbo Depths in paper. I haven't transitioned that list to a Rainbow mana base yet, but really do enjoy the deck. It has some really fast leagues, which is always nice as well. Which I really do enjoy. Just gonna double check that I have more duress. I don't actually. Nice. Okay, cool. But obviously, Dark Depths is a deck. Let me quickly get up the display capture. Dark Depths transitions around. We'll get there. There we go. There we go. Nice. So Dark Depths is, of course, a land that if you remove all the counters from it, you get a 20/20 avatar creature that's flying and indestructible, which is really cool. So this deck tries to achieve this either through Deathwind Stage or Vampire Hexmage, and you have ways of finding the lands through Sylvan Scrying, Crop Rotation, and Elvish Reclaimer. We have some disruption in Inquisition, Duress, and Thoughtseize, and then some protection in Pithing Needle, Stifle, and Not of This World. Pithing Needle mainly for Wasteland, especially in the blind. And then also it has some nice crossovers with cards like Caracas, Nut of the Reliquary, Stifle, kind of taking the role of Pithing Needle's 3 to 4. Obviously you can Stifle a Caracas, a Wasteland, and then Not of This World, just some really nice protection from cards like Swords to Plowshares, maybe a Oko activation, but hopefully not. Hopefully just win on our turn. But this list has obviously taken on some rainbow colored lands, which is really cool. It plays really well around Submerge, which is seeing a fair bit of play currently. There's a few rug decks playing it, a few Snowko decks that are opting for it. But it's, yeah, really interesting to see. And this list is pretty sweet because, of course, it plays around it really well. For Crop Rotation, we have 3 cool targets in Bojuka Bog for graveyard decks, Step for extra protection, and Wasteland also for extra protection / to kind of start the chain on an opposing Wasteland. So if we Wasteland a Wasteland, then they might try to Wasteland our Deathwind Stage or Dark Depths, and then we can try to go off in response to that. So it's nice to kind of get the first mover advantage thanks to our own Wasteland. You could probably play a Ghost Quarter if you want to play a little bit of a budget version, because it can be a little bit of a no-go with Pithing Needle naming Wasteland, but sometimes you just want to give your opponent the extra mana. So this should be pretty fun. The sideboard is pretty straightforward. Flusterstorm for combo, Leyline and Surgical for graveyard decks, Sylvan Safekeeper for some of the decks where you just want the added protection. Decks like Maverick, probably Death and Taxes as well. Things like Flicker Wisp, Swords to Plowshares, Path to Exile out of the board, Caracas, definitely a few things. Force, Decay, and Oof, all pretty good as well, taking care of things like opposing needles, Chalice in some instances, Force being really nice as well because it does work really well with Blood Moon. If you play a Dark Depths under a Blood Moon, it comes in with no counters on it, so if you can remove the Blood Moon, you essentially get a 20/20 straight away, which is kind of cool, and Force is actually a great way to do that. So hopefully that comes up. If not, that is more than fine. Let's go straight into a league and see how this goes. There's no prelims now. No. Okay, we'll just play a league. Hey Tongs, what's the legacy scene like in Taiwan? And how are you guys going with the current sort of COVID situation? Is Legacy big in your local area? Do you play deck? And if so, what do you play? I do really like this deck because it can go pretty quickly. I think the kind of perfect start is Urborg into Hand Disruption, and then you can go Dark Depths into Hexmage and hopefully have Not of This World as well, or something like Elvish Spirit Guide crop rotation for step. Obviously Tom's doing pretty well with 49 trophies, which is pretty crazy. I did think that he was going to hit 30 by the end, but we'll see how it goes. Legacy is pretty small in Taipei. We would have 2 weekly events here in Taipei. We get 8 to 10 people. That's pretty good. At least it's pretty consistent. I do like to see consistent player bases for weekly Legacy tournaments. It's always nice. You mainly play lands, but I also play depths occasionally. That's cool. I guess there is a fair amount of crossover with some of the cards that you play, which is nice. So there's obviously Tabernacle's a pretty big investment, but outside of that, I guess Mox Diamonds as well, but there's a few change ups that you can definitely change. Let's go to in-game, and now let me fix this up. Nice. Okay, cool. So this is an interesting one. This is a turn 1 Gemstone, Dark Depths. This is a turn 3 combo, which is a little bit slow. We don't really have anything to do other in the meantime, and I'm not too sure what my opponent is on. So turn 1 City, turn 2 Gemstone Mine, and Petal. And then we have Dark Depths as well. So it's an interesting hand. The step's a little bit awkward in our opening hand. But I kind of want to mulligan to something a little bit more explosive. As nice as a turn 3, pretty late for the deck, but a turn 3 online combo is pretty nice, but there's no hand disruption. There's nothing to do in the meantime, so I'm actually going to mulligan this. And this is a little bit closer. It's got the crop. It has the Hexmage as well, but it currently has no colored mana, which is pretty rough. Ah, you're Leroy's buddy? Very cool. That's sick. That that Japan trip was really nice. This is an interesting one as well. I think this hand loses a little bit to its mana, but it does have most of the pieces, which is nice. We also have Petal for something like Sylvan Scrying, which is kind of cool. I think I'm going to keep this and bottom the Wasteland. Chrome Mox, okay. Interesting. We'll see what they exile. Simian Spirit Guide, okay. So this could be a just mono red Stompy. And it is going to be mono red Stompy, okay. Another crop. What am I scared of? I can needle a few things. I can needle Chandra, or I can needle Khan, the Great Creator, which some of these lists has pulled up, so I think I might just go after... What if we go crop stage into Urborg off Spirit Guide? No, it doesn't work. I kind of want to crop, but I need one more land. Because we can crop into Urborg and then crop into Dark Depths. I think it is just going to be Khan. I don't think it's worth throwing out the Vampire Hexmage into something like Bone Crusher Giant. Although it is tempting because of the 2-mana First Strike. I'll take one more draw because a colored piece of mana does this for us really well. Chandra. It was kind of one or the other. And unfortunately we've missed. Alright, well there's Gemstone Mine, so we can do something pretty well here. Black, Hexmage. And now we get to hold up Elvish Spirit Guide crop rotation, which is kind of cool. I could play around Bone Crusher Giant, because if they Chandra tick down on Thalia, we then have to crop in response. So it might just be worth cropping here. So that in response to Chandra tick down, if we then crop, they could then Bone Crusher Giant. And thinking of their main deck, I don't believe they have anything relevant, especially seeing that Khan's taken out. If we get up a quick deck list of Mono Red Stompy, I don't believe they have a game 1 out to the combo, which is nice. So here's a mat, here's a version. I guess Pure and Curious seeing some play, but this seems like a bit of an odd list. Yeah, these lists are a little bit different to what we're seeing here. This seems like a more traditional version. So I am actually just going to go for Spirit Guide here. Get Dark Depths. And then upkeep we can... There's some thought to cropping away the stage, because then I get to keep the Gemstone Mine for crop rotation, just in case they have like a red flyer. Yeah, rubber to mother. Even if I don't think they have an out, it's just best practice to get ready for it. Yeah, to have step up. I think that's a big one. So this is going to be an interesting match. I believe we're going to be looking at... mono red. So I'm going to say Abrupt Decay's Force. That's what I'll stick with. Maybe Oof, but Oof really only turns off some of their fast mana in Chrome Mox. If we can see... Moon Stompy. Yeah, 2 Decay, Collector Oof, and Force. And Tom takes out 3 Not of This World and Step, which makes a lot of sense. So these 4 in and Step out. Yeah, it's really good, especially for Legacy, which does have a bit of a bad rap when it comes to deck prices. But if we're looking at this exact list, which Tom currently has 49 trophies with, I think it's like it's under $1,000. Yeah, it's $629. It's just crazy, like so good. It's funny that that the lands are pretty much the more expensive part. And then on MTGO, it's still a little bit expensive, but for a top tier deck, it's obviously not too bad. So this is crazy, especially when there are a few cards in here that are pretty much staples. It's pretty nice. We've done the switch. We've got 60. Let's do this. I really hope, because we did talk about it, I hope we get to Force of Vigor a Blood Moon with the Dark Depths out. Magus of the Moon makes it a little bit more difficult, but we can still do it. So what do we have? We have Sylvan Scrying, we have Crop Rotation as well, and Force of Vigor. So I'm pretty happy to keep this, because we can go turn 1. I guess it's best to go Urborg, Elvish Spirit Guide, Sylvan Scrying for Dark Depths. And that even turns on turn 2 Dark Depths with Hex Mage. I think one card I've seen from Mono Red is, I think it's called Dead Gone. I'll see how the card picker picks this up. Nice, yeah, so for a red you can deal 2 to target creature, or for red and 2 you can return a target creature you don't control to its owner's hand, which is pretty sweet. This is interesting. If I really wanted to be, or if you did want to be really aggressive here, you could force the Chrome Mox with its trigger on the stack, but I don't think that's a great play here. So really hoping not to see Magus. I want to see Blood Moon. Oh, Trinisphere. That's actually pretty good. Okay. I'm not going to play the Urborg just yet, because I want my opponent to use some of their mana. I think I'm just going to play the Gemstone Mine and pass. And then next turn we can Elvish Spirit Guide. I don't believe I can. Let me quickly get up Dark Depths and look at the wording. I think that'd be too easy. Yeah, so it enters the battlefield with 10 ice counters. It's not like when it comes into play you then put the counters on it. So it's a little bit like Phyrexian Revoker, which is an as ability. It's not an ETB ability. I think I maybe should have led with Urborg in case we draw Dark Depths into Hexmage. There's a world where I want to Sylvan Scrying here. With Spirit Guide. But I feel like I need to Spirit Guide in their end step to take care of the Trinisphere. Probably exiling Sylvan Scrying. And then I keep the Crop Rotation. They're also on 0 cards. That actually changes things up a little bit. So Legion Warboss is attack with a creature, put a +1/+1 counter on it with lesser power. Okay, so next turn I'll be taking 4. Okay. Haha. Hey Cellular, welcome. Hey Gay Basso, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? This is an interesting one. I think I do want to take care of the Trinisphere. So I will... I don't want to eat up too much time here, but I want to make sure I'm making the right play. Because I've already played a land for turn. So next turn I could play Dark Depths. So 1, 2, 3. I think that's fine. I think we can... Yeah, exile this. Scrying for Dark Depths. If this is Chalice, then I probably want to use my Force, but we'll see what happens. Chandra, okay. Another Trinisphere. You're from Brazil, play Legacy? Nice. Since it was tier 1.5, very cool. And there's Hexmage. That's exactly why I wanted to go for Dark Depths last turn. Perfect, because it turns on this. Nice. I'm just going to Hexmage now again. No, I'm not. Because we don't have to do anything, I'm happy just to... They drew a mountain, so they're pretty much dead. We'll see what they draw here. Another Chandra. See, that's going to be game. We get to block one of these, which is really nice. Sack for the Dark Depths, and then attack back for lethal. Nice. Always nice to start off with a win. And a smile. Nice. Deck worked really well there. And luckily, yeah, we went for the Dark Depths early on to make sure that we could draw into, hopefully, one piece of the combo. Because our other line was going for Crop Rotation, and I don't think that would have come out fruitful because their clock was just so good with the Chandra as well. Hey Daboose, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Pretty nice. I like this list a lot. It's pretty fun deck to play with, especially when it is quick games. You can really get some reps going, and I think this is a deck that really responds to players who have a lot of experience with it, as you can see by Tom Hepp's current 29 trophies. You're from Berlin, very cool. I hope you're doing okay with the current situation in the pandemic, because I think that Germany was going into a second lockdown. This is a pretty nice hand because we have turn 1 interaction, and if we're on a Wasteland deck, we can also Wasteland. We can also Elvis Spirit Guide out Wasteland. We have one piece of the combo and 2 with Crop Rotation, so I'm going to keep this. Hey Bumman, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what you play in Legacy. I'm going to go for Gemstone into Duress. I think that's going to be okay. In France, who's going to have our second lockdown? Okay. This is going to be a little bit tighter because of the life gain in Uro. I could take a Brainstorm and then Needle on Oko next turn, which I don't mind. We'll see what they're on, because if they're on BANT, then they're only out to Needle. Might just be Oko, which is kind of nice. They drew a Ponder. Okay. See what they do with the Ponder. They chose not to shuffle. Okay, that's always a little bit scary. I guess we could draw into Hexmage here. Stifle. Okay. I'm gonna play Stage and then just Needle Oko. BANT could be playing Teferi. That's very true. Thief of Crowns. At least we have the Stifle for that, which is kind of nice. Having Stifle open reels feels really strong here. They're going to ponder again. Tundra, okay. So at least we have Stifle for the Uro trigger, which is kind of nice. At least for the gain life trigger. Scrying, okay. So we can Scrying here, or we can hold up Spirit Guide into crop rotation. I don't mind that. Oh, yeah, okay. Let's go. Let's go with Spirit. Let's go Gemstone Mine, crop rotation, and then Dark Depths. And then I believe we still have a mana left over to go for 2 for Sylvan Scrying for Step to get through Ice Fang. So the big difference here is that... I guess if my opponent plays Uro next turn, I do want to have Stifle open on the life gain. So maybe the case is to actually just use Sylvan Scrying here. Have Dark Depths in hand. Hold up crop rotation for later. Yeah, okay. I don't mind that. Let's go for Dark Depths. And pass. I think this is a little bit better. It's much less all in, which is nice. And it allows us to get through just the one swing. We do know their hand as well, at least for now. They haven't fetched, so they're probably drawing at least one of these. Interestingly enough, they don't have green mana, and they didn't fetch there, so they are Brainstorm locked at the moment. I didn't really take that into consideration when I was setting up my turn, because I just thought with, you know, Brainstorm, Ponder, Ponder, Brainstorm, they would have found a fetch land. But it looks like currently it's pretty good, especially with Oko being named. They don't really have a play here. I wonder what their other cards are. Surely one has to be Force. Wow, just a pass. Okay. Step's interesting. It is better at sorcery speed because of Ice Fang, but Crop's there as well. So I think he was going to go for Dark Depths pass. This does mean I can't Crop into Step to answer... Oh, Hull Breacher. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, this does mean that I can't Crop into Step to save the 2020 from Swords to Plowshares, which is a little bit rough. I assume if my opponent kept with Ponder on the first Ponder, they found a Swords. Because I can't really think of what they were else looking for. Day's Undoing. This is pretty good with the Hull Breacher out. I will give them that. But what am I missing? Our opponent has played a land and they've tapped out. Yeah, aren't they just dead? I'm not too sure what their out is. Unless they just wanted to go for the Hull Breacher effect. I don't think they're triggers. I believe they're replacement effects, so I don't believe I can do anything. Because it's an if clause. It doesn't, I don't think it goes on the stack. But I'm just thinking if I want to do anything here. I might as well exile this, and then allow this to resolve. Oh, no! No! Oh, no! No! I was supposed to make it. Oh my gosh. Because it ends the turn as well. Haha. Gotta read Days Undoing one more time. Oh, I do have priority now. That's interesting. Oh, no I don't. Yeah, because it's cleanup. Rough. To be fair, they would have had Ice Fang. They could have cast Ice Fang off the treasures. I guess they don't have that stuff because they mulled it away. Okay. Yeah, big oops. Okay, so they had Ice Fang. That makes me feel a little bit better, but still. Definitely an interesting spot to be in. Interesting, attacking with both. So it's pretty good. It's a fairy, interesting. Are they? Surely they're not digging for Swords to Plowshares, or else they wouldn't have attacked with the Ice Fang Quaddle. Might as well see what they have. It does just look like a BANT control deck. Yeah, Force, Ice Fang. Alright. Let's have a quick look. I'm gonna assume it is Safekeepers, maybe Decays. We're looking at... I wonder if Tom has it under BANT? No. It might just be under Snowko. Yeah. 2 Surgical. Okay, Surgical's actually pretty good as well. Hitting things like Uro and Swords to Plowshares. Two Flusters. Interesting. So Flusters over Decays. Yeah, you guys can find the sideboard guide here. And then we're taking out 1 Petal, 3 Spirit Guides, 2 Needles, 1 Stifle. Interesting. 2 Needles, a Stifle, Elvish Spirit Guide, Petal. That's interesting. I'm sure I'm missing something, but I feel like Needle's not the worst against Oko, but they probably bring in enough ways to deal with it that this looks pretty good. Nice. This is pretty sweet. I'll keep this. So turn 2 Dark Depths. Can't play the Safekeeper, unfortunately. But if I draw into a Lotus Petal or an Elvish Spirit Guard, I can. Gemstone. Interesting. Okay. I am going to attack here. And then I'm going to play the Confluence and play Safekeeper and see what they do. Interesting. Rainbow Depths is a take on Turbo Depths, which is usually a green-black based deck that plays a bunch of Gemstone Mine and Mana Confluence type lands to make the mana a little bit better-ish, but also plays around cards like Submerge, which is pretty awesome. Thoughtseize is pretty strong. Wow, okay. Yeah, so it still builds on the premise of Vampire Hexmage, Dark Depths, and Thespian Stage to make a 2020. But the Rainbow version allows you to play a few more cards that don't usually see play in the green-black version, like Stifle in the main deck in place of Pithing Needle 3 and 4, Flusterstorm, and then the big one is Submerge, which, if you haven't seen, is this card in chat. I'm just going to submit the same list. This is a tough one. It has everything but color. Yeah, very cool that it plays around Submerge. Yeah, it also costs very little, which is nice. I think this deck just gives my opponent too much time, or at least this hand does, to find an answer. So I am going to mulligan once. This has no pieces of the combo. Just a bunch of mana and protection. So I am going to send this back as well. Okay. Let's keep this. It is only a one-lander, which is a little bit annoying, but we'll keep it. And then I'm going to bottom... I think it's going to be crop rotation because the blowouts are a little bit too strong. But I will keep the double hand disruption to slow them down. So I don't mind dropping crop. And then maybe it's just Inquisition, and we go with Sylvan Scrying will find Dark Depths, and Hexmage will keep the combo going, so... Hopefully this is okay. It still has a bit of everything, which is really nice. Confluence is pretty perfect, so let's go with Urborg first. I like Urborg as the opening play because it turns on Dark Depths as a live draw to cast Hexmage. They've also gone to 6, so we get to take something hopefully pretty good here, unless they brainstorm, but that's okay. This is an interesting one because the Ice Fang is a blocker for a turn, which is kind of annoying. But the Uro actually gains life, which is relevant. I guess they do similar things. Both of these creatures give them a turn. But Ice Fang also draws them a card. They also have horrible mana, but of course they just brainstormed. You think Noble? I think they're going to hold up Ice Fang. I feel like Ice Fang's okay because I could Surgical if I really wanted to. But Uro is also an issue. Yeah, I think it is Snake, and then we just have to try to get there before the Uro comes online. There is a thought, seeing that they obviously put a fetch on top, to Surgical the Ice Fangs so they don't 100% draw into a fetch land. But it is tough. I feel like there's a wasted Surgical if I do. Yeah, I feel like there's better things to hit. Noble, okay. Alright. So we could Mana Confluence and then crop into Dark Depths and then tap for Hex Mage, which is kind of nice. I also don't mind Sylvan Scrying. So Mana Confluence, Sylvan Scrying for Dark Depths, and then the following turn we can hold up Crop Rotation and play Hex Mage, which means we can also hold up Sajiri Step, because I assume there's going to be a Swords to Plowshares in the mix. So I think that's the slower play, but I think that's okay. Narset, interesting. What do you find? Brainstorm. Okay. Another crop. Okay. I could Surgical this Brainstorm right now. Get a better idea of the hand as well. Especially if I suspect their hand to be these three and a Swords to Plowshares. They don't have time for Force at the moment. I do have a crop for Bog, which is kind of nice. So I don't have to use a Surgical on Uro. I don't mind just getting rid of Brainstorm here. Days Undoing Oko Titan. Okay. Ancient Grudge, back to basics, interesting. Wilt, another Uro, Veil. Hey Adam, hope you're well. 2 Teferi, 1 Terminus. This also makes Terminus pretty horrible as well, which is nice. Hey Eldore, welcome. Hope you're well. Alright. Let's pass. Travy today calling it. Would be nice. We'll play it a game at a time. They found sword. That's pretty huge. But do they have a land? If they don't have a land, that's pretty huge. Yeah, they're going for Uro. That's gonna be okay. There's a world where I want to use a crop rotation here just to bog them. I don't mind this play. Crop away the Urborg. I want to keep the mana at Confluence as a green source. Bog them. Use Hexmage to try to get them down below 20. And then go for Dark Depths at the last step. Thoughtseize is pretty great. So let's attack first. Ooh. Attacking Narset's also interesting because of Days Undoing. I'm not sure what's better. This is actually tough. Them. I guess if they spend the turn Days Undoing, then it's pretty good for us. I guess one also turns off the... This also turns off the fetch land, which is kind of nice. In a way. This is kind of an attack for 3. I didn't take the fetch into consideration when I should have. The thing is, if they tap out for the wheel, then they're done for. So they're going to go for this now. So, hear me out. I kind of want to crop here for step to put them to 20, and then use the Thoughtseize to take the Oko. I mean, it's a play to win, which I do like. Step. Pro white. Damage. You got a 20. Alright. Thoughtseize you. Ooh, that's pretty good for us. They get 1 draw. They get 1 draw. I guess they have Days Undoing so they can do some crazy stuff here. They have to find swords off the top. To be fair as well, maybe the play wasn't to take the Oko. They found a Sanctuary to put that back on top. So now they do get to draw into it, yeah. I guess this way they would have had the amount of mana to make food as well. So they could have gone above 20 again if I didn't take the Oko. But now this obviously makes things a little bit more difficult. That's actually pretty good, but we don't have the mana for it. Thoughtseize. Okay. They can't brainstorm things away, which is nice. Ah, so they... okay. Oh, no. Oh, I'm an idiot. I totally didn't just pick up on that Days Undoing. It shuffles first. It shuffles first. Yeah, I think even doing that is pretty good. See what the Ponder does. If it shuffles, I'll be very happy. Chose not to shuffle. Okay. It's always a little bit scary. Chose not to shuffle. Yikes. I don't mind not going for it here, just to give me one step to try to draw into a green source. Rough. Because they're at 17, I don't mind going after them, because even an Uro or a Fu just puts them back at 20. Yeah, I think the extra 7 would have been really nice. Especially with a deck with disruption like Thoughtseize, Inquisition, Duress. Yeah, now they get to cast it in the same turn as well. Yeah, it's pretty cool in this deck. I think hitting the Narset was definitely the correct play, and I just missed it. If they have swords, I can't really get out of this anyway. I don't think even waiting a turn for Safekeeper is good enough, so I might as well see if I can get the block here. And they have the sword, so yeah, that's a concession. Rough. Just small things that I should definitely work on. Hey Prophet, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? That's a tough one. Hexmage would have gone back, that's very correct, yeah. I think that was just the best line. I'll be sure to check chat next time before I make an executive decision. You're from Austria? Very cool. What's the Austrian legacy scene like? At least locally for you. You play Ant? Very cool. Ant's a sweet deck. No, Adam, Twitch chat is there for... It's what the pros use. Pros use Twitch chat. 100%. I was told it. Chat told me it. Always. Up against Matt. And this is actually a pretty nice hand. I'm going to keep this. Urborg Inquisition, and then we can either Scrying or hold up Stifle. Chat Lethal is the best. I do like Chat Lethal. I am a fan of Chat Lethal. Alright, so looking at our turns, it's probably just turn 1 Inquisition, turn 2 City into Scrying, and then turn 3 Hexmage with Stifle backup, which is kind of nice. Oh, Goblins. Interesting, they kept this hand. I'm gonna take the Lackey, I think. And then they're probably gonna Wasteland us, which is a little bit rough, but it's probably okay. There's Wasteland. I mean, if they want to waste it on this is more than fine. I can see why Tom's pretty happy to see this happen. Yeah, nice. Now we get to hold up Stifle or Crop Rotation. Arid Mesa. Interesting that they played this land instead of the Wooded Foothills. I would have played the Foothills because it's known information. But now we just know the hand, which is really nice for us. Urborg. Dark Depths. Nice. This is going to be pretty tough for Goblins, but I definitely have seen Goblins get there, especially with Wasteland and Port. Vile is going to be fine. And there's the Foothills. So we can play Dark Depths. Play Hexmage, and now we have both Stifle and Crop Rotation open, which is just really nice with City Brass. Most looks sweet. I would love you to send me a list if you can. If you can send me a list in private chat or find my email on Green Sun Zenith, that would be sick because I do like to look at the list. But how did I have the 2020? Maybe I did miss something. Yeah, nice. When I played the Urborg crop for... Am I still one short? Because I have to use the city for crop? Ah, no, of course. Yeah, play Urborg. And then just turn city into Dark Depths, which then taps for black. And then I have 2 black. Yeah, okay. I could have definitely done it a turn earlier. Apologies. Apologies. It is. Goblins is probably just going to be Abrupt Decays and possibly these 2. Let's have a quick look. It's always nice to see what we think it is before it comes out. Goblins. 2 Abrupt Decays, 3 Fluss. No. 2 Sylvan Safekeeper on the play, and then 3 on the draw. Okay. And then we take out Bog, Duress, Not of this World. Well, that's pretty easy. We don't care about these. We care about these. Nice. Okay. This is probably fine. It's a little bit rough against a really good Lackey start, but we have turn 1 Inquisition, and then turn 2 we just have it because we can crop for Urborg, as people said before. Yeah, Not of This World is cool. So Not of This World is a free counterspell if it targets a creature that you control with power 7 or greater. Alright. Alright. So Gemstone and then Needle. I think Gemstone Needle for Wasteland is better here than anything else, but if they have Rishon Import, it does throw us back a turn, which is a little bit rough. I don't think Inquisition is worth it here. I guess one play they could have had is attack with Lackey, put in Trashmaster, and then sack an artifact or sack a creature to deal with Pithing Needle. Yeah, are you on Twitter, Eldore? Muxus, yeah. Another Lackey, okay. I kind of need free mana. But I guess this kind of does the same thing. What decks is Not of This World for? It's great against the Swords to Plowshares decks. It also stops Karakas. Any sort of bounce effect. So because the Dark Depths is a 2020, Not of This World is free for us, which is really cool. I think we do just go for it here. What did you think it said? I'm trying to think of what the other way around it could be. If, like, the Dark Depths can't be blocked by creatures with power 7 or greater. The second Lackey here is huge as well. Because it means I can't just block the one Lackey. The other one is going to get in. Unfortunately, I can't sack the Hex Mage to Dark Depths to block the 2020 on the other Lackey. I wish Magic sometimes worked like that, but it doesn't. This is fine. First strike. And then I don't think I have to do anything here, because even a Chain Whirler is an ETB effect, so I can respond to that. So I'm going to keep the Hex Mage around for as long as I can. So here's Muxus. Muxus is pretty sweet. Look at the top 6, put all Goblin creature cards with converted mana cost 5 or less from among them onto the battlefield. They only find Pile Driver Lackey. That's interesting. They don't find Sling Gang. I thought they would have got Sling Gang to go up a little bit, but obviously they had other woes. I wonder if they even have an out here. Maybe some sort of sack effect with the black mana? Like Diabolic Edict? They had Wasteland, but we have the Needle. I guess they could have like Tear to blow up the Needle and then Wasteland the Dark Depths, but no. That's magic sometimes. Alright. Let's go back in. This deck really is a really enjoyable deck to play, which is cool. Usually, enjoyable, competitive, and cheap are like three things you can't mix all in one. Maybe that's a little bit dramatic. I'm assuming you can find a pretty cheap competitive deck that's fun if you really wanted to, but I'm sure there's like a wheel where it's like choose two of the three. You can only ever find those two. Yeah, Tom just not only an awesome player, but just an awesome person. Really nice guy. Oopsal Spells is really cheap and really good. Yeah, okay. I'll dig that. This is pretty rough. We have one tutor. I guess we have two tutors, but no green source. I'm gonna mulligan this. Doesn't really have a plan. This doesn't have a land, but it has a lot of play to it. I guess, like... We could go scrying into Urborg and then cast Thoughtseize, but... Ah, Legend, thank you very much. Ah, nice, thank you, okay. Hammer, nice, thank you. No Tabernacle on this list, just because it's a little bit quicker. You don't really care about too many decks that go wide. I think it's a little bit all in to go Spirit Guide, Lotus, Scrying for Urborg. I might as well just go to 5. And this is pretty good. It's got 2 pieces. But it doesn't have... I think we still just keep this and bottom probably a crop and a crop and just play Bog Tapped so we can Thoughtseize next turn. I don't mind that. I've seen worse plays. And then at least if they're on Bug or Bant or Rug, we can Deathbin stage their land, which is kind of nice. Ponder, okay. Interesting. They chose to shuffle, alright. Confluence, interesting. I'm gonna go with Stage to play around Days and then just Thoughtseize them. Why keep scrying over Crop? That's a good question. I guess I didn't want to get hit too bad. This is a hand. LED is probably the standout here. Everything else is kind of filler. They also only have a 1-lander that tried to find another land. I'm going to go with LED. But yeah, maybe Crop is better. I guess because I didn't have the green source, I didn't... No, that doesn't make sense. I do like the scrying doesn't put you down a land. Alright, there's one preordained gone. Oh, did they bottom? Wow, they bottom and missed. I guess this sets us up to draw Elvish Spirit Guide or Lotus Petal for the win. Close, but no cigar. It's just Depth's Pass. Brainstorm. Brainstorm makes me feel like they found a fetch land. I think otherwise you'd probably just preordain first. Let's do this. Actually, let's switch these over. Nice. There we go. Now preordain. Okay. I guess we don't know if these are still around, so... This is actually interesting. I probably don't want to play the Urborg next turn just to keep them off black mana for now. So I think I might just go with Mana Confluence Pass. Hexmage is actually interesting. Hexmage kind of changes things. So close. I was thinking if I wanted to go scrying for Wasteland and Wasteland them, but seeing that Urborg isn't online yet, I don't want to do that because then it stops the Hexmage as well. I'm probably fine just with Mana Confluence Pass, to be fair. Pond is okay. Hopefully a shuffle. So they brainstorm and then put 2 back and then put those 2 at the bottom with preordain. And now they chose not to shuffle. Okay. Yeah, maybe not keeping crop made this different. I'll have to go back and see how this changed if I kept the crop rotation. Adnors. Okay. They have no mana floating, they haven't played a land yet. Hit a bunch of mana and then Infernal Tutor. And an LED. Pedal, yeah, this is sadly over. Interesting, they're still going. Why? What are they trying to hit? They have these? Yeah, surely. I don't think this is test because they're playing Cabal Ritual, not Rider Flame. They're also playing what looks to be Wish Claws in both, but yeah. They did have the natural tendrils here. I don't know why they stopped there. Why they didn't stop there. This is going to be interesting. I definitely think the Surgical and Leyline, interesting. Flusterstorms. Oof. Yeah. And then we're taking out 2 needles, 1 scrying, 3 not of this worlds, reclaimer. Ah, 2 spirit guides, not reclaimer. Surgical leyline fluster. Nice. Yeah, so Alex posted a league playing tests with, I think it was something else. I'm trying to think what it was instead of Rider Flame. This hand is probably okay. The double fluster is kind of nice, and then also Stifle for Storm. It does have the combo as well, which is nice, just naturally. I think here I'm just going to take the Infernal Tutor. It could be the Talisman, which is interesting. They need LED to tutor, so I think here we just take the Talisman. The Grave Hate's mainly for Cabal Ritual and also any past in Flames lines. I think it is just a Talisman here. Dress, that's rough. That's a great draw. I think we just depth here and pass back with Stifle open. I don't think it's worth going for Sylvan Scrying here. The only card I consider is possibly Bojuka Bog, but hey Fear, you can find the deck list on the screen. So you should be able to see over near my life turtle above that, you'll be able to see the cardboard live functionality where there's the backs of cards. You can grab that. Okay, there's the island. They tap black. They get a ritual. Interesting. Ritual. Okay. It's just like into LED. Okay. This is interesting. I guess they're gonna add Nors and then try to find a hand disruption piece. Alright, unless Thoughtseize makes it pretty easy. They hit Past in Flames. They need to hit LED. Chain. There's Petal, okay. I guess they need to hit a second Petal, or else they can't go off. Because they need one for black And they need 2 for black. Unless, no, they just go Lotus Petal into Cabal. And then they go Thoughtseize. Yeah. Yeah, they also have black floating. Yeah, sadly just too slow. Sadly they had the hand disruption and we didn't. Which is usually where we want to be. Tough. Definitely the faster combo deck in this match. But I'm not too sure how it usually tends to go. Yeah, it's a pretty straightforward process from here, unfortunately. Ah. Interesting. They're going to their turn. That gives... what? Why are they passing? What are they playing around? Nothing. This is brutal for... oh. I think my best draw to kind of stifle them a little bit is... a free mana source, so I can play Sylvan Scrying and bog them. I'm not sure why they conceded, or why they passed turn there. They played the LED. Oh, we did grab it! Did they... okay. Yeah, maybe they misclicked. Not too sure. I assume they have a pretty tight 7, especially with 2 mana in play, a pedal and an LED. I sadly don't think the bog won us the game there, but it gives us, you know, a game action to make that's legal. How did you pay this actor? Chose to shuffle. Okay. Interesting. Preordain. Ah, the 7 had no tutor? Okay. I wonder if they bottom here. Would love to see that. Yeah, I guess bog there was actually pretty good. I thought they still had an Infernal Tutor, but I was incorrect. I feel like they found something, or else they wouldn't be taking this amount of time on the Preordain. One top, one bottom. Okay. Yeah, we could definitely still lose, and it looks like we are. The big difference between Turbo and Rainbow is just the mana base. You do get to play Stifle and Flusterstorm because you get access to blue. You do play around Submerge, which is seeing a lot of play online, which is kind of cool, but they're very, very similar. Yeah, so now they just Cabal into Tendrils. Yeah, so this is actually Tom's list. Which is what he would call bug. I guess this is bug. But it's called rainbow just because of the mana base. So, yeah, very cool. Alright. Two. Hey Bassett, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what do you play in Legacy? Cliff. Hey HG Butt, welcome. This is pretty good. I'm gonna keep this. Trop Delver. Okay, we're playing as Bug. Interesting. Oh, Hexmage. Pretty happy just to hold up Crop here. But I probably don't even need to hold up Crop. If my opponent wants to wasteland the Urborg, that's more than fine. Two cards on top. Okay. Take this. Needle's pretty nice. I do want a Needle Wasteland. Just a case of do I want to do anything else? And I don't think I do. Well, they're going to force it. Interesting. This could just be an Oko, which is pretty rough. Dreadhorde. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I think because we have the second Dark Depths as well, it makes it a little bit easier. I don't think there's actually a reason to play the Urborg here. I think I'm happy just holding up Crop. Hey Bobs man, it is currently 10:57 PM, so good evening. I think this is fine. Maybe there's a consideration. I am going to play it. If they want to wasteland Urborg, that's more than fine. I think the 1 mana could also be relevant against obviously a Dazed deck. You're from Norway? Very cool. What's the Norwegian scene like? I don't think I want to Crop in response. I guess the nice thing about crop here... If they find Bolt, then they can respond to the first crop with Bolt on Hexmage, which is kind of rough. My plan is probably to go crop for Wasteland, 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 and then crop for Depths. But I think I'm happy just to allow this Preordain. Just try to also play around Oko. Gonna crop away the stage. Hey Natty, welcome. Two cards in hand, what do they have? Oh, they don't have anything! Yes! Yes! Nice! That feels good. That feels really good. Nice, that was good. Yeah, not to force a will. That's always nice, but you got to put them in that position because if I'm giving my Delver opponent time to set up, then I'm going to be in a pretty rough spot. So that always feels really nice. Look at that. Natty, you should ask me again how well I am. You live in Oslo? Very cool. I think Oslo is on my bucket list of a place to live for at least a few years. Let's look at Rug Delver. I'm going to assume with Rug, we're looking at some amount of Decay and maybe Safekeeper because of Oko. But we'll look at Tom's list and we will find Rug Delver. Oh, Fluster. Is that Fluster? No. Yeah, it is. Okay. Interesting. 2 Fluster and 2 Abrupt Decay, and then out Another This World and Elvish Spirit Guide. I'm not sure if my opponent left because I'm still in here. Yeah, so I believe the opponent leaving the game is going to sideboarding. This is an interesting hand. I have 2 lands to work with, so I can scrying pretty easily. I don't have a grayed out to Wasteland, other than crop rotation. It is weird phrasing. It is a 2001 product, so I think this hand's a little bit iffy, especially against Rug. That's going to be pressuring my mana hard. I'm gonna mulligan once. This is pretty good, and Bog's actually really nice as well. So I think I might keep this. I'm not too sure what I want to drop though. It's probably between Petal and Confluence. I do want to keep the Stifle for Wasteland. And I do want to keep the combo. I don't want to Bog early, but I also don't want to use the Petal for my turn 1 Thoughtseize. I think it is just Bog, and then have that as a crop rotation target. Yeah. I don't think this hand plays out in a way that I get to bog something like a Dreadhorde early on. So I'm going to keep this in bottom of the bog. It makes sense as like a late game or mid to late game card as well. Wasteland Pass. Okay. Alright, hero. Spirit Guide's pretty nice. That's actually really interesting because we could go... Huh. So if I play out the stage, we could go for Dark Depths as early as next turn because we have 2 free mana in Petal and Spirit, but I think that's a little bit too into... a little too all in. So I'm going to cast the Lotus Petal first, which means I can play Mana Confluence and now hold up Stifle. Okay. I think here the easy play is just the Oko. I don't care about the Dreadhorde right now. The BANT Depths list? Very cool, okay. I'll have to look at it. I just think because otherwise I don't have a great out to the Oko. And the Dreadhorde currently is not looking too flash either. This is actually pretty interesting. Double Wasteland, they're really respecting this. I'm going to play the stage and then just pass. It is tempting to play the Hex Mage out though, I will admit. And I think I actually am. I don't think they're in a position where they can just double Wasteland me. Sadly, I can't give up Stifle here, but I think that's okay. There's Scalding Tarn. No Bolt. I guess Bolt double Wasteland would be pretty brutal, but... Thoughtseize. Okay. Now that's getting interesting. One more mana, and what I can do is go Hex Mage, target Dark Depths, they Wasteland, and then I can go Spirit Guide, stage, target Dark Depths, and they go Wasteland, and then we have Stifle. Would I trade 1 Depths and Stifle for 2 Wasteland? That's a good question. I don't think I would have an answer until I see the full situation that's in front of me. I have the Mana Confluence for the Stifle, so I do need 1 more mana, that's all, yeah, to do this. Dreadhorde is fine. Now that is passing. So can we draw a mana source here? A land would be perfect. Ah, so close. Pretty close, but... Actually, this is pretty perfect. Unless they have a blue card for Force. They're going to force a pitching Preordain, okay. I guess I no, this is still okay. Now it's just pass with Stifle up. It definitely can Pandizzle. The only downside to City of Brass is that when it's tapped, you lose the damage. So if your opponent has a Rishadan import and taps it down, you still lose 1, even though you don't use the mana. Preordain, okay. Preordain do? One top, one bottom. Okay. Two cards on top. Okay, that's kind of scary. Yeah, double Preordain's pretty rough. Ponder. Okay. Yeah, Confluence is strictly better. I guess for those who have been asking about green-black depths and rainbow depths and little upsides, Part 2 Exile is a pretty big card for a lot of fair decks as a sideboard option for dark depth strategies, so having basics in your deck actually does sometimes matter. Same thing with Assassin's Trophy. In at least green-black depths you can go and find basics most of the time. Oh, Crop's interesting. Ponder's gonna be okay. They chose to shuffle. Okay, that's pretty good for us. And here's Oko. Okay, this is actually pretty good. Hey Vay. Hey Dom, thanks for the follows. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what you play in Legacy? Simon as well, a huge thank you. Jerry Freeman, the best man ever. Welcome. I hope you're enjoying your coffee. It's nice to yeah, I was still on when you went to bed, but I did have a break and now I'm back. So what I'm thinking of doing here, I guess we'll see what happens with the Oko. They're gonna make a food. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Now we get to float one. Float one, Spirit Guide, Crop, get Wasteland. Wasteland. They hit Depths. We then sack Hexmage to Depths. That then stifles the trigger. Yeah. Especially with the food in play, I kind of have to get this going. Days isn't too bad because we have the one floating, which is nice. They're going to wasteland this. That's interesting. I mean, if they have force, they have force. Ah! They didn't! Nice. Very cool. Okay. Well, that was just a taster. That was a 3-2. That was nothing. Let's do another. Hell yeah. This deck is really fun. It's like a little puzzle. Haha. Nice. Okay. Let's have a drink. Stay hydrated. Gonna throw some most. I'm gonna throw some more of this, and then I might get to most on one of my Sunday morning streams, because that would be pretty fun. Feels so good. I'm not too sure. It does feel okay. Obviously, Wasteland and Oko are pretty good. But I think the Rainbow version has a huge upside that Rug still tends to play Submerge for some of the other green decks in Legacy, like the Mirror, Maverick, Elves. So obviously Submerge not great here, which is kind of nice. Yeah, this is sick. Turn 1 Needle and then turn 2 Dark Depths thanks to Petals. I could also go turn 1 Thoughtseize based on what they do. This is a pretty sweet hand. So keep. Cloudpost. Okay. I guess we should go Depth Pass. Because Depth Pass allows us to draw into Hexmage, and then we can play a land and crop into Urborg. So I'm not going to cast Petal here. Usually Cloudpost doesn't tend to play Wasteland either. If we look at like Into Play's deck, Into Play is another streamer that you should definitely check out who plays Mono Green Cloudpost. And I assume... where's Interplay? I'm going to assume it's here, yeah. So I think also they do play Thespian Stage, so I do have to look out for that. They also play Glacial Chasm, so that's another one to look out for. But I think here I don't have to go for Thoughtseize so early. I'm pretty happy just to pass. I guess I should have played the Lotus Petal just in case I wanted to hold up crop rotation. Yeah, we do have to be pretty quick. I will say that. Yeah, Untapped Forest is probably the scariest. Obviously, you have some options with this once as well, which is interesting. Flusterstorm out of the board is pretty nice, yeah. I guess also Force of Vigor isn't too bad. I think that's it. Elvish Reclaimer, okay. Well, at least if they play a Forest and then Reclaimer, they are tapped out. They usually only play the one Caracas. Yeah, okay. See what we draw. Oh, we drew the Hexmage! So this is exactly why we wanted to go for Dark Depths here, because now we get to go Gemstone Mine, sack this for crop rotation. Nice. And now we get to go for Urborg. Nice. Now we get to cast... I guess just to make things clear, I can Thoughtseize first. See what they have. Green Suns and Crop Rot. So let's go for Crop Rot. Play a Petal. Sack this and tap this for Hexmage. I guess the only issue is they can reclaim it into Glacial Chasm. But I think I still want to go for Pedal into Needle and name Caracas, just in case they get it off the top. I could Needle on Reclaimer as well, that's very true. Look at that. Chat coming through. So now the question is, I think we do upkeep Hit the Dark Depths because they could draw... It's tough because if they draw into Crop Rotation, they could Crop Rotation into their own stage to copy Depths. They could also Crop Rotation into Caracas. So I'm not too sure if there's actually a reason to do it here or not. I don't think there is. Let's quickly have another look. So they have, I guess, Glimmerpost to also gain life. That's pretty rough. They didn't have one, I believe. No. I think waiting is... Waiting's interesting. I think waiting is... Yeah, I think we just go for it now. YOLO, Bob's the man. I know. A little bit of YOLO. Hopefully my opponent is trying to think how they have an out here. And luckily, I think they don't. Because if they had a Caracas, they would have slammed it. If they had Crop, surely they would have gone for it. They've already made a land drop here. They copy Cloudpost. They can Green Suns for 2. But I don't think that does anything either. It's not like they're playing Scrib Ranger. They're gonna... Okay. Do something. Another... Okay, we have the combo again, which is nice. Alright. I am going to attack opponent. There's no way I don't attack here. Suva, Reclaimer. So we know about these 3. Did they draw Crop? I also think there's definitely no reason not to attack. They do have Crop. Wow, they drew the Crop. Is it Caracas? Oh, it is Caracas. All right, let's rebuild. We will rebuild. But that's a tough one. So we do have a few outs, thankfully. We do have Wasteland. Not of This World is pretty good as well. 2, 4. They're pretty close to Green Suns for Titan as well, which is a little bit scary. Opponent top decking king. To be fair, we're pretty good at top decking ourselves. So If they're, I feel like we're in the finals of top decking sometimes. We had everything lined up. But at the top of the deck, that's what makes Magic so good. The variance. The variance is always awesome. The variance means that no two games are similar. As Richard Garfield intended. Literally Magic as intended, which is cool. And at least it's monogreen Cloudpost. You can't not be a fan of monogreen Cloudpost, so... Hey, Nathan, a huge thank you for the raid. And the host. Both. Thank you very much. Nathan Lepetz is another Legacy streamer. I actually feel like a variety streamer these days, so definitely check out Nathan if you haven't already. Oh, there's Stifle. Okay. That's getting closer. Now we just need an extra mana. And it has to be a blue source. Hey BK, thanks for the follow. 3-1 in the prelim with U-White Omni. Nice, man. You're doing really well with that deck. I guess at least they're still off 246. They're still off from casting Green Suns, unless they want to do something else with it. Maybe get back like Ramanap. Green Suns for 3. They could go for Rexage here if they're playing Rexage and hit the needle. Yeah. That's a pretty good one. It definitely makes things harder. Opponent holding up Reclaimer. Interesting. Oh, this crop does nothing, unfortunately. We really need the mana. I probably should have copied the snow-covered forest. They could be going for Eye. The Cloudpost. I think here I will just take the time to copy this. This is a tough one. But there's definitely outs, which is nice. That's all I ask for. Oh, we're actually 0-0. This is a new league. Hey Nathan, how many played in the prelim? The one at I'm gonna say 11 hours ago had 22. Opponent doing something spicy. Another Cloudpost. Okay. It's just Ulamog. Green Suns for 10? What are you Green Suns for 10 for? Prime time? Sure, okay, that's fine. I'm not sure why they put so much mana into it. Because now if you're getting like Eye of Ugin, you can't... I guess it comes in tap, so you can't float the mana anywhere. There's no point. They do have Stage and DD as well, yeah. They also have like Glimmer Post to buy them a bunch of life. They get Stage and Eye, okay. Yikes. Post is going to be interesting. Probably under Cloudpost? No. Green Post, okay. 2 Decay, 3 Save Keeper, 1 Caracas. And then I assume... Bog, Duress, Petal, Spirit Guide. 2 Spirit Guides, 1 Bog, 2 Duress, 1 Petal. Nice. How did Mana Burn work? Mana Burn was pretty much if you had mana left in your pool at the end of turn, I believe you got dealt that much damage. Which is pretty interesting. Actually, was Rug that last matchup? No, this is the first, yeah, this is the first game of this league. Apologies. Alright, would love to play first. This is an okay hand. I'm going to keep this. Turn 1 Thoughtseize, turn 2 Scrying, turn 3 Hexmage off Gemstone for Urborg. Wow, okay. They have the Glacial Chasm. I think here it's Reclaimer because map is just a 1-for-1, but Reclaimer over time just has so much play to it, so it's going to be Reclaimer. Glimmer Post. Okay. That's pretty big, I guess. Map. Okay. Stage Scrying for Urborg. Yeah, there's no way that I can get Urborg into play without using the last dice on Gemstone. Because next turn I want to go play Urborg and then hold up Crop Rotation, and then Sylvan Scrying for Wasteland to take care of Glacial Chasm. They probably have to play the forest here. They can't play the Eye or Glacier Chasm because they want to go for expedition map. Yeah. They probably get Caracas. They kind of have to. Yeah. At least we knew that. So now they have to go Caracas past. They can't go Glacial Chasm. Yeah. But this isn't too bad, because now we get to draw Spirit Guide. Does that change anything? We get to attack, which is nice. Puts him down to 19. They play Dark Depths. Interesting. So if we go Wasteland on Caracas, wow, okay. And now we go Crop Away Stage for Dark Depths. Did they not play around this? Surely they have some sort of out here. We do have the Knot of this world, but Glacial Chasm is in their hands, so they can't crop for it. Yeah, wow. The Elvish Spirit Guide got them. That's insane. I did not think that was going to occur, but I thought they were going to play Glacial Chasm, because then they have 2 ways to deal with. Yeah, wow. Okay. We'll take it. Probably pretty happy just sending back the same deck list. There is some thought to Oof because of Expedition Map, and I guess that's really it. Yeah, I'm just going to send back the same 75. The one thing I like about Depths is your opening hands and figuring out how fast you can combo off and if it's actually okay to keep. It's probably always the funnest part. One piece of the combo, 2 pieces of disruption. I don't think this is it. This is a pretty fair hand in the full scheme of things. At best, it's turn 1 Thoughtseize, or turn 1 Inquisition, turn 2 Thoughtseize. I'm gonna mull this. Okay, so we have mana, we have Dark Depths, and we have Sylvan Safekeeper. That's pretty good. I'm going to keep this. And I think it's just the needle that we know. Hey, True Hero. Thanks for the raid. Very nice. I believe I actually raided you on my last stream today, which is pretty funny. But welcome everyone from True Hero stream. My name is Dukes on Twitch. I'm a legacy streamer. I run the greensunzenith.com, which is a Maverick site. But today we're playing Rainbow Depths. We're currently 1-1 against Cloudpost. And I'm mulling on this 6, so I'm going to keep it. And I think it's just the needle that I drop because Sylvan Safekeeper covers me for everything else. Actually, it could also be Stifle because Pithy Needle can still name Elvish Reclaimer, which can go and fetch Glacial Chasm. So maybe Stifle actually isn't what I want here. Hey, thanks, Onion. I appreciate that. I think this is okay. And if they lead on Reclaimer, we have Needle. If they lead on Map, we have Needle. So looking okay. Hero, how'd you go in your stream? What were you playing and yeah, how'd you go? Off the Bane of Briz. HC Fox, welcome. Always good to have you in the chat. Going on a quest. I do want to make this into an emote. I think that the artwork lines up pretty well to just like have the man, or the person, I should say, walking into the abyss. I think this as an emote would be very cool. I'd like to see that. Vesuva, okay. That is fine. Stage. Needle. Oh no. Do we have an answer to this? Hopefully they don't name Hexmage. Oh, it's Wasteland. That's interesting. We only run the one Wasteland. Oh, we play Reclaimer as well. I kind of forgot about that. Did we bring in Decay? I think we did. Yeah, okay. I think it's just Safekeeper here into turn 2 Hexmage into Dark Depths. Needle Stage. I will down the line for sure. I don't want to do it just yet. I can do it next turn. I can play Reclaimer and Needle, and then the following turn I can play Hexmage and Depth, so works out pretty well. I will definitely not allow them to, yeah, to get that. I guess they don't usually play Elvish Spirit Guide in Mono Green Cloudpost. I don't think they run any fast mana. No Lotus Petals, no Mox Diamonds. Safekeeper, such a good card. Just really good value, especially for this sort of strategy. Really, really like it. To me, Cloudpost pass. Okay. Ooh. Petal is actually really nice because it allows us to get out Hexmage here with Dark Depths. And then we have Mana Confluence left over to sack to the Safekeeper. I think I like that. do this now before they untap. It's tough because I don't think that they have a way to even play Expedition Map, crack it, and play Glacial Chasm. They can't even go the other Glimmer Post. They can't even go Glimmer Post and then copy stage to get an extra life because we have 21 on the field. So I'm not too sure what does it here for my opponent. Outside of Caracas and something else. They do play Caracas, but we do have Sylvan Safekeeper to protect the Lage with. So it has to be Glacial Chasm. But I'm not sure how they find it. Oh, they found it naturally. Okay. Haha. That's pretty good. But now they've got to sack a land. Okay. Hey Zam, you can find the deck list on the screen. It should be over near my life total. You can see 2 cards that are not of this world. Okay. So play this. Play Reclaimer. And then I'm not sure if I want a Needle in the Blind or not. I don't think I do. Prevent all damage, yeah. So this buys him a heap of time. So now I really need to find Abrupt Decay and then find Wasteland. Natural Glacial's really tough. Vesuva copy Cloudpost, that's pretty nice. Urborg. Does give us some play. It does make the Chasm tap for black, that is very true. Maybe I should sack it. Let's look at the quick deck list. Steps named. I don't have Ghost Quarter, unfortunately. We're just playing the Wasteland, but I'm going to get this preemptively, so we can draw into Abrupt Decay, and then just have the Wasteland ready. Green and 4. Ramming up Excavator is a bit of an issue because they can let the Glacial Chasm sacrifice itself and then just play it from the yard. They're going to Green Suns for 4. Ramming up, yeah. Decay. Hexmage. Doesn't do what I want to do. But I will play it. take off the chasm counters. I will keep them there for now. Yeah, Needle Stage is probably my next play. I probably could have done it that turn as well with Wasteland. We'll see how this goes. Interesting, they take it. Claim is okay. Put it down to 4 minutes. We have an abundance of time. But unfortunately now, Abrupt Decay isn't a live draw. Because if I Abrupt Decay the Needle and then Wasteland the Chasm, they can copy it with Stage. So I need to get Needle down first. Pedal. I'll keep this. So one trick here is that if my opponent uses Thespian Stage to copy something like Cloudpost here, I then need to name Cloudpost with Pithy Needle to stop this Thespian Stage. The issue then is that any future Thespian Stages aren't stopped by Needle because they aren't named Cloudpost. But luckily my opponent didn't do anything, so I can just name Thespian Stage here. And just pass. If we still had Bog in the deck, then that would have been pretty nice to go for it, but Bog's in the sideboard, unfortunately. Come on, Abrupt Decay. One time. I don't ask for much, deck. I don't ask for much. But if I can get an Abrupt Decay here, I'd be so happy. So close. Stage pass? I guess I can double up on Wasteland, which is kind of nice. Ah, Needles is on stage. Apologies. Yes, that is very correct. Spam that Reclaimer thingy? Yeah, I can still use the Reclaimer, which is pretty nice. Titan's pretty good. Yeah, sadly, Chasm's just been a really hard card to deal with. Just gonna get my own Caracas. Next mage. Abrupt Decay is still really good. Because Abrupt Decay on Pithy Needle means I can deal with Chasm. Just have to believe in the heart of the cards. Thoughtseize. Well, I might as well see what you got. I think it's once that I really care about here. And then just pass. Emerald's not the worst because I do have a bunch of things to sack, which is kind of nice. Unless they have managed to also eye for Ulamog, then it's pretty tough. They are pretty slow, so we'll see how this happens. This is fine. I think here we just return and take this game through time, which isn't great, but it's obviously part of MTGO, so... Nice. Not a feel-good win. It was a pretty cool game, at least, but I will take it. We will play first against Doom. We have the stage, we have fast mana, we have the needle, and we have... Yeah, this is awesome. I mean, turn one we can name Wasteland. So that's how... That got me good. We're gonna keep this. We're gonna play stage named Wasteland, and then next turn we're gonna go for crop rotation for Dark Depths with Not of This World backup as well. Clock management? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we had like 8 minutes still on the clock. Crazy. Alright, stage, needle, Wasteland. Nice. Efficiency. Pass. Prismatic Vista. Okay. Basic Snow Forest. Astrolabe. That's okay. Another Spirit Guide. Interesting. Land, pedal, pass. I am going to respond to the brainstorm because they're probably trying to dig for a force here or a swords. So let's go with flow to green. Crop this. Dark depths. Nice. Spirit guide. Sack. Tap. Dark depths. Keep this bad boy. Nice. Yes. That's what you want. Look at that. Within 23. That's going to be some sort of record. That's pretty good. Sideboarding for what I'm going to assume is Snowko. Snowko, okay. 2 surgical, nice. Mainly for Swords to Plowshares, but also for Uro. Snowko. 2 Flusterstorms, nice for fighting on the stack. And 3 Sylvan Safekeepers, great for Okos, Karakas, Swords. Out, 1 Petal. 3 Elvish Spirit Guide. Just because we're not all in, we don't have to combo quickly, we can set it up. 2 Needles. And Stifle. What do we got? We have 1 piece of the combo. I guess we have both pieces with the crops. And then we have protection with Not of This World. Which is interesting because we also have Urborg. So we kind of have a turn 3. I'm going to keep this. A little bit interesting. But I think this is good enough. Ooh, opponent not fetching. Oh, that's interesting. Gemstone Pass. I am going to go after this. It feels good. It feels... Oh! Nice. 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 Why'd you do this on holidays? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wow. I think we just play City and we hold up Crop and Fluster. Oh gosh. I'm sorry, I changed the music. That song. Dark Depths. I do have the option to crop for stage here as well, and then next turn play Urborg and then we have it, which I don't mind. It's gold, Jerry. Gold. Stage. Nice. Urborg. No mana for Fluster, but we do have Not of This World, which is really nice. They didn't have crops. They didn't have mana before, which is interesting. They didn't have force, so I am just going to go for it here, especially seeing that we have Not of This World, and then stage back up as well to kind of get back on the train. Opponent having a think. Surely there's counter magic. They kept a one-lander. They kept a one-lander with no... Ah! Ah! What? What? I don't understand. I don't understand. Very interesting. They kept a one-lander, no ponder, no counter magic. I think the only good thing there is, and I've definitely been there as well on their end, is that you will never keep a hand like that again. Which I've been there. I've definitely been blown out by bad hands. So... I mean, the fetch was phenomenal. That fetch was hilarious. Nice. Good times. But hey, if you guys are in chat and you aren't following me and you do like this content, I would appreciate a follow. You can also find all my content on YouTube, where you can subscribe for free. I think I'm currently at 799 subs on YouTube, so I would love to get to 800 by tomorrow, the last of 2020. So if you are a fan and you like YouTube content, you should check me out, and maybe you'll enjoy that too. That is it. That's my spiel. That's it. Jambulance, a huge thank you. Thank you very much. Real Chris McLean. Let me know where you're from, and let me know where the fake Chris McLean is from. This is pretty good because it has Disruption turn 1. We can then go find Dark Depths with Sylvan Scrying, and then we have Hex Mage, so I'm going to keep this. I'm going to Thoughtseize first as well, just to make sure we hit. But it's always interesting because my opponent's also gone to 6. I really only care about Swords to Plowshares in the blind. I think Duress first is actually fine. I think especially on the play, I think Duress is pretty good because there are a few decks where something like an Aether Vial might be the only non-creature card. So I am going to go for Duress first. We can rename the deck the Darkest Maverick. I like that. Oh, okay. Stifle's interesting. I think I like just taking Brainstorm here. Stifle's actually not that great here. Stifle's fine because we have the Thoughtseize anyway. I'm going to assume this is Rug Delver. I think here I'm happy just to play Step Tapped and then next turn Scrying, because otherwise... I guess it's pretty rough, because I do have to draw into another black source to cast the Hex Mage. So maybe we go... I think the play is Step here, next turn Scrying for Urborg, and then we can untap, play Urborg. We can play Thoughtseize and Hex Mage in the same turn. Sorry, we can play Hex Mage and Scrying for Dark Depths in the same turn. I think that's fine. I guess there's some thought to trading Thoughtseize with the Spell Pierce. Yep. Okay, so we know about Stifle and 3 Unknowns. That's pretty good. Cast this. And now we get to go Scrying for Dark Depths. We do know about the Stifle as well, so we do have to take that at some point. They're playing black, which is interesting. That obviously means Cling to Dust. Okay. So this is going to be like a bug mid-range kind of deck, which is pretty interesting. If they tap out here, I'd be very happy. Strix. Okay, Strix is actually pretty annoying. Another pedal. I think we're just going to do this the old-fashioned way and get Thespian. I guess I could... Yeah. Stage is fine. Play Stage and Pass. And then we kind of have multiple ways to deal with Stifle, which is nice. Let's see what Ponder does. Chose not to shuffle. Yikes. Wasteland, okay. Wow, so aggressive. Come on, Thoughtseize off the top. Thoughtseize off the top. Inquisition, anything. Oh! Nice. Brainstorm. Okay. That's fine. Take the push. And now they can only have one card. So I think here we just go Hex Mage. Even if they have Oko, we have the Not of this World. The blue card they had was Daze. Interesting, they don't have anything? We can't crop for step because it's in play, but we can hold up crop, which is nice, in case I need it. Yeah, I'm not too sure what their play was. I thought they might have had Oko on top, because then they can play Oko, hit this, and if this doesn't resolve, they still have Baleful Strix to hold back. They can cling here to gain 3, but that only puts them to 20. That's fine. Interesting, they go for the draw card. That's actually a smart play because 3 life doesn't save them. They need to draw into something good. Wow. Interesting deck. Bug mid-range, I'm going to call it. Let's have a quick look at what Tom has. Turbo. Alright, let's go back this way. Oh, bug control. Okay. 3 flusters. Out a needle and 2 not of this world. Alright. It could be Bug Agent. This is actually going to be an interesting one. I kind of do want just a decay, just in case there's something that I can't beat. So I'm going to go down on an Elvish Spirit Guide. Bug Control. I guess there's also Bug Delver, which is a 2-2 split. I don't mind that. I think that's a little bit better. Yeah, probably not Shardless since they play Spell Pierce and Stifle. HG Butt, that's a great observation. But Roberts, I like your enthusiasm. I like you trying to figure out what they're on. A little bit slow, but not the worst. It's got one piece of the puzzle. It's got protection from Strix. I'm gonna keep this. It's a little bit on the slow side, but see how it goes. Trop Pass. Okay. Mana Confluence. So this is actually pretty interesting because if I play Urborg here, I have the out of drawing into Hexmage off the top for Dark Depths. But then if the Urborg gets Wastelanded, I'm pretty screwed. So I think I might just go for Mana Confluence as my black source and duress my opponent. Brainstorm's okay. If my opponent dazes this, I'm pretty happy to use this Spirit Guide. Ooh, okay. Definitely Oko. And then we know about these. So it is going to be Bug Delver, which is interesting. There's Catacombs. And just a pass. What did you draw, young Padawan? There's a crop, which is really nice. I'm going to play the Urborg, because it allows me to hold up Abrupt Decay and also crop rotation. Yeah, this is Bug Delver, which is cool. Bug Delver has not been a deck for a while now with Rug being on top, but it's very cool to see Bug being played. It is probably my second favorite, if not my favorite color combination. Close with BANT. There's Delver. And just a pass. Alright. Oh, not of this world. Okay. Let's play Dark Depths. And pass. Delver flip is no flip. Okay. Is this Ashiok? Ashiok will make me search. We know they have Force and Blue card, which is a little bit rough here. But at least they lose that. So they still have Strix in hand. Okay. Are you a full-time content creator? Sadly not. I am just a 2-day-a-week kind of person. But I do have the Green Sun Zenith, which I do put a bit of time into. And usually try to put out at least a piece of content a month. Do I want to do anything else? I don't believe I do. Ashiok's going to resolve. Ashiok's pretty good here. Alright, what do they hit? Stage, Dark Depths, Hexmage, Urborg. It's pretty good. Alright. I think here it's just correct to go for Spirit Guide and KO on Ashiok. Just a little bit too good. I still have the live draw of just... not that. Stage off the top. Yeah, even Bolt with Delver just lines up so well. And obviously Dreadhorde is a powerhouse as well. Baleful Strix in one card. They're fetching, which is interesting. See, I don't like that. I think the fetch is a huge resource, and you can tap the fetch for black because of Urborg. So I would have kept the fetch around and just tapped the fetch for black instead of fetching. Because that fetch with a Brainstorm is so much better. No attacks. Wow. That's interesting. I think it's correct not to play anything here and actually keep the step for pro blue. So I'm just going to pass. I should have actually taken an ice counter off. That's the correct play. Still no flip. Wasteland's pretty good. Okay. Stifle's pretty good. Library's really nice. Ah. I am going to take my opponent off this Underground Sea. At least make them stifle it in their turn. Yeah, Library's pretty solid. If you can win the very early game, then Library's pretty nice, because it doesn't really matter if you're at 18 or 2 life against Dark Depths. You're going to die either way from a 2020. So you can be pretty aggressive with Sylvan Library, which is kind of nice. I could start taking hard counters off, but I don't think I can beat their current clock. So I haven't been trying to do it, unfortunately. Especially here, it's going to be really tough. I know my opponent has Stifle at least. I can duress. I'm going to play this second Urborg to play around Spell Pierce, but I'm going to see what they have. Double Spell Pierce. Okay. I don't think I want to change anything here. I don't mind the Pithing Needles because we did see Wasteland. So I might, in fact, take out the Flusters. It's a pretty awkward hand. I'm going to mulligan this. The mana's just a bit too far off. This is interesting, but very slow. I'm going to go to 5. This is probably what I want as well. Keep. Bottom step, bottom stage. I did for a second think we had another black source, but we don't. I think it's Sylvan Library. That's just the card that really gets them ahead, but Ashiok's also pretty rough. This is a pretty nice hand. I'm gonna still play stage. Have I seen Dreadstill at all recently? I haven't. Yeah, so Dreadstill is a deck that plays Dreadnought, Phyrexian Dreadnought. I'm not sure why that doesn't work. There it is. Spell Pierce is fine. Hopefully a shuffle here on the Ponder. Chose not to shuffle, wow. Rough. Few lands. Haha, classic. A little bit unfortunate. Stifle does not work on standstill because it re-triggers the standstill. Hey, I'm trying. Oh, okay. That at least deals with the insectile aberration, which is nice. They go up to the dark depths. That's gonna be more than fine. I don't think my opponent is running Veil. Okay. Well, we have a plan. Wow, nothing? Black, Hexmage. Maybe just hardcast Daze? Okay. Come on, Urborg. Oh, Wasteland, okay. I feel like this is just hardcast Force, which is pretty tough because now we have the mana confluence offline. The mull was really poor on my part. I think I should have maybe considered the 6 a little bit more. Even though it was just mana and Hexmage, it was enough. GG's. Not much I can do there. Yeah, I really thought that I had a... I don't know why, but I saw an Urborg in that opening hand. But obviously it didn't. And losing the Lotus Petal to a Thoughtseize is pretty rough. And then seeing the Wasteland in the opening is pretty tough. But cool to see people playing Bug Delver. Nice. I sadly couldn't cast it because my mana would have dealt me 2 damage. And I was at 1. This is pretty good. We can crop into... Yeah, I'm going to keep this. Right. Oh, okay. Stage. Pedal. Pedal. pass. Ponder. Okay. Wasteland's gonna be fine. Thoughtseize. Interesting. I feel like I still have a free mana. Because I can Thoughtseize off the City Brass and then sack that to Crop Rot. I guess it works out the same way. For some reason I just thought it was there. I thought that we had it. The Green Sun Zenith is a website dedicated to Legacy Maverick and all the archetypes underneath the Maverick listing. Thoughtseize them. Looks like a brainstorm. What do you got? Okay, nice. Pretty happy to take Arcanist here. Just to take one more threat off the board. They're gonna brainstorm now, so I don't mind going for it. Yeah, kind of like Thraben University. Exactly, yeah. So a great place, or hopefully a great place, to learn about Maverick, what sort of decks there are, some of the like top lists that are going around. I think here I'm happy to crop. Go and get... Did I do my mana wrong? What did I do here? I thought I had mana left over for the Stifle as well, but I don't. Rough. Huh. Yeah, I thought I was fine for Thoughtseize, Stifle, and also Go Off, but obviously not. Double Wasteland, rough. Hey, thanks, Jay. Very much appreciated. Urborg's actually pretty nice. Because now I can hold up Stifle. But the double Insectile is going to be tough. Or the 3 damage a turn, sorry. So we'll see what happens here with the Wastelands. I think I might just copy a Wasteland here and see what they do. If they go off the stage, it's a huge mistake. Oh, they're going to allow it. That's really interesting. Wow. Now I'm actually pretty happy to go sack on Wasteland. You target probably Dark Depths. Then we can go off. And we have Stifle open. And it can play around days thanks to Elvish Spirit Guide, which is really nice. Alright, so now they go Wasteland, target Dark Depths. So now we go... Let's create a 2020. Now they let this resolve. We choose this one to keep. Now they're going to try to Wasteland that. But thankfully, we have Stifle for this one. Oh, they have Force! Haha! Yeah. We tried. We tried, fam. I guess we're pretty close. We have Sylvan Scrying and Elvish Spirit Guard to go find Dark Depths, and then we can just top deck either Stage or Hexmage, so we'll see how this performs. Ooh, Sprite Dragon definitely makes things faster. I think that means we have nothing. Yeah. Blue-Red Delver. Interesting that I guess they kind of gave away that they were just blue-red, but they could have saved this. I guess the Sprite Dragon is pretty good because it does increase the clock to lethal next turn. Blue-Red Delver. 2 Abrupt Decays, 3 Flusters. 3 Flusters, 2 Decays, and we're losing blue-red. Reclaimer, Spirit Guide, Not of this World. Seems pretty fair. I could have done it in their upkeep, but then they have mana untapped, which is what I was a little bit afraid of. But something to definitely think of. Interesting game. Deck's been phenomenal. I've been really enjoying these leaks. I hope you all have as well. But yeah, this deck is really fun to play. Nice and quick as well. You can get in a lot of reps. If you have this in paper, you can get through so much testing, especially with friends. It's a pleasure to play with. So Tom, if you're listening, a huge thank you. You have been in chat more than once. So a big thank you. It's going to be fun. I'll keep this. Turn 1 Thoughtseize, and then we got Pedal, Stage, Dark Depths. Probably a meta choice. The big loss is probably basics, but you could say those are also pretty good things. Brainstorm, Delver, Dreadhorde, Arcanist. Okay. I think it's Arcanist that I'm pretty happy to take here. And then I can duress them because they're probably playing the Delver. I kind of want them to play the Delver. That's why I want to take the Dreadhorde, because they're not holding up Brainstorm, which I kind of like. I am going to cast this now as well, just to act like we have crop rotation. Nice. That's pretty perfect, because there is a world where they brainstorm into a hand that Duress has nothing to take with. So let's go Dark Depths, Duress you, Ancient Grudge. Interesting. Let's take Brainstorm. So you know about these three. Delver did not flip. Scalding Tarn. Fetch, okay. Grudge might mean they're playing blue in the deck somewhere. Maybe a Trop in the sideboard. They could also just be playing Uro as well, so you never know. They have one turn to draw a relevant card. Price of Progress is not going to do it. Now we get to go for Abrupt Decay, and that is what I consider game. Nice. Looking at what they brought in, I don't think we changed anything. I think if anything, I take a toilet break, and I'll be back in 1 second. Hey, thank you very much. It is pretty sweet for streaming. I think one thing I actually learned in that match was I shouldn't have played Lotus Petal out. I think Lotus Petal is something that I should keep in hand because seeing they brought in Ancient Grudge, I should just play the Lotus when I'm going to actually use the mana, or else I can be caught out by Ancient Grudge. And also, if I play Petal on my turn, it's better for Flusterstorm because it gives me more Storm. It gives me one more count. So those are two really relevant reasons why against this deck I should be playing the Lotus Petals out when I need them, because I'm not scared of hand disruption. So other than maybe holding up crop rotation, there's no real reason to play around anything. This is an interesting one. It's got half the combo, but then it's kind of just relying on the City of Brass to do everything. I don't like the City Brass by itself, but I am on the draw. So I think I might actually keep this. It does have a lot of gas behind it, which is nice, and it plays around crop rotation really well. There's Dark Depths. Interesting. Okay. I think it's Brainstorm here, but the Sprite Dragon is pretty scary. Sprite Dragon can kill me really fast. But I can hopefully also kill them pretty fast. I could kill them next turn if I draw Hex Mage, because I have Crop on the city, and then Urborg and Dark Depths tap for that, which is kind of nice. So I think I am just going to take Brainstorm and hope they miss on a land. Yeah, I think it is Brainstorm. It's tough though, because those are 3 very good cards, especially for the aggressive start that they've had. So they flip to a Force. Okay, that's not too bad. And there it is. So we'll see if this works. I guess we shouldn't. I should probably try to scrying here to see if my opponent will not force. Because if I lose the city, I lose everything. So I think it's just stage and scrying. They're gonna force that. That's pretty good for us. Because now next time we get to have Hex Mage and Dark Depths. Preordain, okay. Oh, no land? What did they do? 2 on the bottom? Wow. That's great for us because they could have days, but we can play around that here. So let's go Crop City. Go and get Urborg. Play Dark Depths. Play Hex Mage. And just go for it now. Plays around Wasteland, which is really nice. Doesn't play around like Land, Brazen Borrower. I'm going to play another Hex Mage here and pass back. Does Delver flip? It doesn't. Nice. That's a great feeling. Whew. All right. It is currently 5 to 1 a.m. So if I am making a few misplays, I apologize. I did also play a prelim in another league this morning, so a little bit going on. But I got you guys. We got some nice music. We got some water. We're staying hydrated. Yeah, maybe crop rotting stage there was actually correct. I think that is actually a great play. You have soup? Nice. Soup's good. Soup's really good. We have mana. We have 2 crops, needle and petal. I don't mind this. I'm going to keep it. We have both pieces in crop. And then we have a little bit of fast mana. We have protection with Needle and Wasteland, which is nice. What type of soup do you have, Bob? Oh, Elves. Okay. Interesting. This is going to be pretty tough. I think I'm just going Urborg and Needle on Wirewood. I don't believe I lose daze coverage if I rotate the stage because I can float the mana. But maybe I'm missing something. I think here it's just Urborg, Needle on Wirewood, because then if we draw into Hexmage, it's pretty much game, which is nice. Let's go for Wirewood. There's a few. Wirewood Symbiote. Call me old school, but I don't like these new artwork pieces for Elves. Sylvan Scrying. Okay, that doesn't change anything. You're a sucker for old frames? Yeah, I know the feeling. We can't double crop here because we need the mana. Oh, wait. Oh, we can. So we can crop Gemstone Mine for Dark Depths, float 2, and then we can sack the last one, sack the Urborg, get stage. Nice, we have it. We got it. Robert, thank you. Now I see it. Our opponent needs a very good start here. Screws is interesting. Yeah, thankfully we have a pretty nice out here. Hopefully. Hopefully, I say. Allosaurus Shepherd is more than fine. Can they win this turn? Querying Range is fine. Metal Sentinel's all good. Opponent is really trying. But luckily we have it. There could be maybe a natural order for Craterhoof, and then untap enough creatures without summoning sickness to attack. Oh, but they don't have anything. Interesting. So let's go crop this for Dark Depths. Float black, green, crop away Urborg. Thespian Stage. Copy Dark Depths. keep this one. There's a world where I don't want to block because I don't want to give them somehow a way to go to 21 with Ooze. So I'm actually just going to take this. Nice. Elves is going to be an interesting one. 2 Decay, 2 Flusterstorm. 2 Fluster, 2 Decay. I'm assuming Not of This World is coming out. Yeah, and Bog. Nice, very easy. I like it. Hey Nathan, good to see you. Thanks for the raid before. I hope you're doing well. Nice work on the prelim. 3-1 with Show and Tell is really cool. Especially that blue-white version. Seems really strong. Is the white for Swords to Plowshares to Fairy Rest in Peace? Nice, man. Getting out is really good. Even the shortest of walks can make all the difference. On the draw, it's going to be a little bit different. I do have to be pretty quick against Elves because they can obviously combo off pretty quickly themselves. And Meddling Mage, very cool. Yeah, Mage is sweet. I'm assuming you still play Ancient Tombs or City of Traders or Lotus Petals, or do you not go all in on the fast combo? Is it a little bit more like blue-green, where you don't play any soul lands or fast mana? Opponent having a pretty good think about their sideboard. Assassin's Trophy is probably a card to consider. Also Crop Rotation, perhaps? This is an interesting hand, but we don't have a whole lot to do. We have a lot of disruption. We have kind of one piece of the combo, but if we draw Thespian Stage, it's not really doing much. I don't think Inquisition and Thoughtseize are enough to slow them down. That's the big one. But it is... I mean, it's pretty nice because like Crop Rotation is also out because we can turn 2 Hex Mage and then Crop Rotate. I'm going to keep this. We are up a game, so I'm going to see how this goes. Opponent also kept 7. Thoughtseize would be pretty good for my opponent. Yeah. Especially if they take Hex Mage, it leaves us with no pieces of the combo. Yeah, okay. Fluster. Interesting. Definitely go with Inquisition. Why would Heritage Birch Law? So mana, and different. I think I'm just going to take the Wywood here. And then I'm happy to play the Lotus in case they play Green Suns. I guess Wywood isn't the greatest take because you have the Needle. Whatever this is, I'm definitely Flusterstorming it. It is natural order. Wow. Okay. Well, at least. Oh, I guess they could actually pay for this, right? Because they have the, yeah, rough. Rough, yeah. The play was definitely Abrupt Decay 1 off the Spirit Guide and Lotus Petal and then Fluster. I just, yep. Cheapers. That's a mistake I will definitely not make again. They got Crater Hoof, which is interesting. Still, I could have Elvish Spirit Guide and killed one in response, but I didn't. Okay, this stage... Yeah, decay first. Decay first, always. 5, 6, 7. I am taking this and then hoping that we get Dark Depths off the top. Or Crop Rotation. Dark Depths or Crop. Dark Depths or Crop. Rough. Could definitely play that better. Yeah, I like that as well, Rob. So yeah, taking probably the Birch Law just because it makes mana off the least amount of resource. And then yeah, using the Needle to name Wywood. Needle's probably not even that great in this matchup. I might just bring in the extra Fluster. No. Needle does stop a fair amount of things. Quivering Ranger included, and if they're playing Elvish Reclaimer, then you can name that as well. Oh, that's cool. What is that card? Is it the land? Yeah, that's pretty sweet. We'll have to play first. Yikes. Not a great mana hand, so I'm gonna mulligan this. This is a lot better. I'm gonna keep this and bottom the Stifle. I could bottom the second Urborg, that's actually probably correct. Yeah, definitely. Natural order. So they have Query and Ranger this turn. Oh, just the Dried Arbor. Interesting. Okay. Well, now we can hold up Abrupt Decay, which is kind of nice. So they can cast Quirion Ranger, Cradle, and then Elvish Visionary. And then I'm pretty happy just to decay the Elvish Visionary. Yeah, there could be a new player to the deck and just trying out different lines. They could also have like a disconnection issue, so at least it's not too bad. Alright, so we just know about Misty in hand. I'm not going to play around crop rotation. I'm probably just playing around Assassin's Trophy. I think that's better to do. I'm going to quickly have a look at some different lists. But I think it's better just to make it now. Looking at Legacy, looking at Elves. One crop. Yeah, I think, yeah. Good hand, thank you. Hey, 90s MTG, hope you're well. They're gonna glimpse. Okay, so they're gonna try to probably find crop, which means they probably play Karakas in the 75. Which kind of sucks, because it also means they're probably gonna have a pretty nice board state if they do deal with the Merit Lage, and we have double Urborg, so. Misty, okay. There's the land. That's the last card we knew about, so we'll see what happens here. Hey, XJ Cloud. Hope you're well. Nice to catch you. What time is it there for you? I'm assuming it's pretty early in the morning. Maybe not. It's currently 1:15 AM here. 10 AM for you? Okay, cool. Okay. It's nice to finally catch the US crowd. Druid is okay. 1615. Nice. Okay. East Coast USA. Nice. Okay. Wywood. Whew. Alright. Come on, Lage. Do me well. There are no USA emotes. I would be jamming them. Yeah, I'll make something special. I'll make something special. Really just trying to fade crop rotation here. Alright. Korean. Up to 5 cards. I'm just going to pause the music and put on the heartbeat. I guess they could natural order into Archon if they're playing it as a block. But that's not great. Green Suns for 1. Okay. What are they getting? Wywood. Okay. Interesting. They've already played a land for turn. So now they're really getting low. I guess they still have Heritage Druid. Yeah. I'm not sure if they still play Archon. And I'm not sure if they would keep it in against Depths. This is kind of scary. Cool to see, though. I had a pretty horrific match this morning against Elves. Let's quickly find it. Yeah, this was it. This was on turn 3, and I had already gone through 2 Swords to Plowshares on turn 1 and 2. And they stomped me. Hey, nice. Okay, we went 4-1. Very cool. Nice. So 3-2 in the first league, 4-1 in the second. I feel like I have to play another and try to go for the 5-0 because it's the only way. It's the only way. So yeah. Yeah. let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. My girlfriend is away for the night, so I'm home alone, and I'm just gonna play some. Keep playing until I go to bed. Chris, I will put on some nice music for you so you can actually just sit back and relax. 13 hours? Okay, yeah, that's fair. It's 10 a.m. Alright. Let's change this back to 0-0. On the play against Cyrus. This is pretty good. Turn 1 Inquisition, and then turn 2 we have Scrying at worst for Urborg, and then we have Hexmage Depths with Not of This World backup, so I'm going to keep this. Opponent currently 1-1. Hey XJ, that's a good emote. I like that one. What did everyone do for Christmas? Anyone have any cool Christmas stories? Any family traditions that you would like to share? Interesting. Astrolabe with Ritual? Preordained Spell Pierce? Is this Doomsday? I feel like this is going to be Doomsday. I think it's just Preordain. I think it's just Preordain that I take here. Although Spell Pierce is pretty tough because it shuts off the Scrying. However, I think my opponent leads on Astrolabe. Yeah, so the thinking is, if I take Preordain, I hope my opponent plays the Astrolabe turn 1, and then they don't hold up Spell Pierce. but this is interesting. Dark Ritual is a hell of a drug. Yeah. To be fair, like, our hand, it's one black source away from being really good and Sylvan Scrying not really mattering. So I don't mind slowing down my opponent as well by taking Preordain here. And obviously if you know about Spell Pierce, it's a little bit worse. It's a little bit better for us. It's also a little bit telling that I don't take Spell Pierce because it might be like, oh, they didn't take Spell Pierce. They don't care about Spell Pierce then. So here, I think they're just playing Astrolabe. Nice, okay. Got him. Wasteland. Doesn't do a whole lot, but it means we don't have to use the Spirit Guide here, which is nice. There's Delta. Crack. Probably basic Swamp? Yeah. Okay. Strix. I was not expecting Strix. But I guess we have a few outs to it, like Crop Rotation. Ba-bing! Close. Yeah, I did want to, yeah. Now I'm thinking about why I wanted to use the Spirit Guide, and it is because then we could have played Urborg for turn, and then could have played Depths this turn, but sadly that did not turn out the way that I wanted it. That is a 122 play. That's what I'll call it. Definitely a misplay on my part. So what HT Butt in chat is talking about is that last turn, instead of playing the Wasteland to cast the Sylvan Scrying, I should have used Gemstone Mine, Elvis Spirit Guide, got Urborg, and then either played Dark Depths or Urborg for turn, so that this turn I could play Hexmage and Dark Depths in the same turn. Oh, this could be a like Buried Alive deck with Arclight Phoenix. Maybe that's the read. Yeah, maybe this is Phoenix. Yeah. Definitely a mistake on my part. Scalding Tarn. Okay. Looks like Doomsday to you. Yeah, okay. It is. Rough. So that play really cost me a whole turn, which is pretty brutal against Doomsday. That's brutal. Doomsday is going to be pretty interesting. Doomsday. I think my only way to win now is maybe buy some time with a Thoughtseize or Duress off the top that actually causes my opponent to stumble, and then we still have Dark Depths the following turn. But the Strix as well buys a turn, which is pretty huge. So we kind of need to do runner into like crop rotation for step, or some sort of ability to find step. Or they just win here. I wouldn't mind if they actually won here, because then it takes away the thought of me not getting it. Nice. This one's going to be interesting. I'm going to assume it's knots that go out and flusterstorms that come in, but I'll quickly check. Doomsday. Surgical? Interesting. I guess because we're playing hand disrupts and surgical is actually pretty good. 1 oof. Yeah. 3 flusters, 2 needle, 3 knot, and bog. Cool. Yeah, Stifle's also pretty good. I will definitely definitely admit that. Opponent having a pretty good think. Yeah, definitely good though for me to accept the mistake and just know it for next time, especially against faster combo decks where it really does matter. But yeah, Doomsday seems tough. Obviously the hand disruption and the stifles do quite well, and these cards are going to be really nice, but they're a deck that can go off pretty quickly and usually can go off on the same turn that they go off with Doomsday, so... Alright, we'll be on the play. And sadly this doesn't have the mana that I want, so I'm going to mulligan this. Oh. Double Spirit Scrying? I'm not gonna... No. Okay. Keep. Hold up Fluster and Stifle, so bottom... Pedal and Surgical, perhaps? This is actually an interesting one, because if I Inquisition and find Doomsday, I'm definitely Surgicaling it. I'm feeling that it's going to be Lotus Petal and Surgical here. Everything else off the Gemstone Mine is really nice. Tough one. Oh, they even have the Doomsday. I kind of feel like I have to take the Thoughtseize here. I think it's okay playing the Elvis Reclaimer here. I don't think I have to hold up Flusterstorm. Oh, Ritual into Doomsday? Wow, okay. Does that mean they can just go off this turn and I should have kept it up? Rough. Hopefully I get a turn. Yikes. Hopefully my opponent will see my board and not really... maybe try to find a line that isn't all in. But we'll see. Yeah, that's my face right now, I feel. Hopefully I get a turn, yeah. It's looking a little bit yikes. Ah, really? Rough. Yeah. Stupid. Just stupid from me. Just didn't respect it. 100% my fault. That's tough. Especially for Maverick, I definitely don't have a great matchup against Doomsday. Really hard deck to read. I find it really hard to read. Yeah, Doomsday is definitely the strongest combo deck in Legacy. There's no question about it. This is interesting. No green mana is a little bit rough. Yeah, I think Meddling Mage is pretty good as well. Interesting. This is looking like an Echo deck. I bottomed the City of Brass. This is going to be an interesting one. Etlon. I feel like it's just Khan the Great Creator that I should name with a Pithy Needle. Khan seems like the best payoff that I can name. Hull Breacher. Alright. Well, I can't name LED. Sacking the baubles here is actually pretty good for me because it kind of turns off the Moxtopal. I will play this. I don't want to lose it to a Echo line. Yeah, Echo would be really good. They could chalice for one. Doesn't hurt us too bad here, which is nice. Okay. Pretty good though. I mean, it turns off all hand disruption and crop rotation. I think next turn, depending on what I draw, it's probably just Mana Confluence Pass, so that if I do lose my hand, I still have all colors that I need on the field. Time Spiral is not banned in Legacy. It is played in High Tide, which is a pretty cool deck. Stifle. Huh. They did an attack with the Hull Breacher, which is really interesting. Time Twister is banned. Sai's pretty good. Sai's going to be really good. Especially clogging up the board. They're going to Thoughtseize through the Chalice. I don't understand this. I don't understand that play. They're trying to fill the graveyard? Sai is a pretty amazing card here because the 1/1 colorless Thopters are pretty much going to be coming in every time. and they aren't easy to block. At least they aren't easy to get through. Hexmage. Okay. Hexmage can take out the Chalice, which is pretty interesting. I actually don't mind taking out the Chalice preemptively to stop any more opals or LEDs or other things coming down. We do have the stage for the combo, so I don't really need the Hexmage there. I'm happy just to throw it into the Chalice, because it turns off a lot of their cards, which is pretty nice. It's just tough because it's whenever you cast an artifact spell, so they still get the triggers off that. Urborg. Okay. And now we still have Stifle up, which is kind of nice. Man, Horned Turtles have come a long way. They really have. Emery is probably going to get a Stifle from me. But it's interesting, I'm not too sure if I want to. No. I can almost hardcast Not of This World, that's very true. Come on. Crop rotation or Sylvan Scrying? Duress. I guess it works. Hull Breacher, Echo, Khan. Interesting. So the Khans are named by Needle, and I don't really want to take the Echo here because of Hull Breacher. We've also got the Bog in play, so I can't deal with it, so I think we just go for Khan. So you get a 1/1. I'm not sure if I can actually if I can even beat this. Even though it gets countered every turn, they get a 1/1. And I'm not sure if that's something that I can actually beat. Needle... I guess Needle and Emery does stop things. This is an interesting game. This is not how either of these decks should be playing. This is a very slow game for both. Which is pretty funny to see. I think Caracas is in the sideboard. Yeah, it is. Yeah, exactly. That's very true. Most of these decks go to like turn 4 at most. And it's either a concession or an actual win. Hey Ramar, by the way. Nice to see you in chat. Hope you're doing okay. Hexmage again. Well, it does something. Doesn't mean I can double block something if they attack. They're not attacking with the Thopter, which is interesting, but I guess they need a blocker in the air as a just in case. Oh, wow. You can sack artifacts to draw a card? Okay. I should definitely have thought of that. I did not even see Sai's activated ability here. It's part of the cost as well. Nice. Yes. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's going to be really close. Might even be a world where I just stifle the next Sai activation if they do it. Because what Sai can actually do is, once you block the Thopter on the Dark Depths, you can then just sack it to Sai with another artifact, which is pretty busted. So I need to find a good out, which I don't have in the main deck. Oh, all my needles are used as well. But at least they're on pretty good things, I guess. I can't really complain about that. Black. Thoughtseize? Yeah. Okay. Oh, were they Thoughtseizing themselves to put Echo in the bin? Oof. That's a yikes. Oh, they don't? What? I don't understand that line. We know they have Echo of Eons in their hand. Chalice on one is more than fine. Especially when you have Hull Breacher out. We have Bog in play. I'm not too sure what they think we can have. I guess I should have actually... That was incorrect. I should have used a Thespian stage on the Dark Depths, and then I should have used the Hex Mage on the Chalice. 100% incorrect. Rough. Crop Rot doesn't do anything here. Rough. That was a huge misplay. This is pretty good. Hey Min, hope you're well. I'm sure you didn't expect this either. Where the hell is the rainbow graphic? I apologize. I should have one in here somewhere. Oh, okay. Well, there's Hex Mage. That's definitely a start. Interesting. They could have sacked that and actually made mana for Sai, but they didn't. I mean, I hope you can see it's turn 12 for Urza, Urza Stompy and Rainbow Daps, which is probably some new space for both decks. Yeah, it's been an interesting match. It's definitely been an interesting match. You sack the Chalice. Okay, Pedal's gonna be fine. Yeah, sadly the Thopters are colorless. So it is going to be a bit of a slog. They're going to play another Urza. Interesting. Yeah, a little bit of a stretch, but it would be okay. Just play Giver of Runes? Yeah, I like that actually. Alright, my opponent's going for Echo, so we should definitely use the crop. There's no reason not to. Oh, actually... yeah, because this actually shuffles the Bojuka Bog back into the deck, which isn't too bad. I'm just going to get Wasteland. Yep. Whew. It's a lot of treasure. I probably should have actually got a Dark Depths just to hold up Maritlage. I think I have been vanquished. I love that word. I did not expect to see vanquished in chat today. Yikes. There is a blocker. I will say that. But now we have the Thopters. This is a tough spot. This is a very tough spot, I will say. The token is bigger than Maritlage. That is correct. I mean, that's pretty funny. Oh, oh, crazy. Apostle's Blessing, interesting. Even I guess Rite of Consumption would have been pretty cool. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. How high can it get? How high can it get? Surely it can't get better than 38. I guess we'll see. Emery, okay. Hey Sai, thanks for the follow. Let me know where you're from. If you play Legacy, what you play in Legacy, what your local scene's like. Hope you're enjoying this. This is an interesting one. Opponent really trying to go off here. Another echo. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Rancor would be cool. Yeah, I guess Rancor would be sweet. Oh, 47. Can they get it to 50? There we go. They are just messing around, which is interesting because we have 2 more games to go. And they're at 9 minutes and I'm at 19 minutes. Surely you're not just attacking with this. Okay, there we go. I'm actually really surprised that MTGO is still working. Oh my gosh, okay. There we go. Hey, thanks, Min. All the best. I hope you have a great time between Christmas and New Year's. And for 21 coming on board, if anyone wants some really good content, check out Min Mac's blog. It is high quality content from those two. They also have a YouTube channel, which I'm sure you could check out. You can probably find links on the Min Mac's blog. I think it's just Min Mac's blog on YouTube as well, if I'm not mistaken. It is. Cool. Okay. Nice. Okay, we're looking at Urza Stompy. Khan Echo. Okay. 2 Leyline, Surgical, Oof, Vigor. I guess it's these 8. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. And Caracas. Oh, no Surgical. Okay, that actually makes a bit of sense. Surgical pretty slow otherwise. 3 Knots. 2 Stifle. 1 Pedal, 1 Step. Tom's got me covered. Would love to play first. Make this a bit bigger for you guys. This is pretty good. It's a turn 2 Dark Depths, which hopefully is okay. It's also a turn 1 Spirit Guide if I need it. It does look great. And hopefully I can just win off the back of Hex Mage. I don't think I need to do anything with scrying just yet. Urborg, Dark Depths, Hexmage, and then the following turn we have up scrying. Tomb Chalice is more than fine. Yeah, okay. Good luck with Chalice, thank you. We should be fine here. I don't think I need to make the 2020 now. I think I can just untap and see what happens. Because let's have a quick look at the metagame and look at what they could have. We're looking for Khan Echoes. Submerged is actually pretty dead. I guess they could have Ensnaring Bridge, but nothing else I really care about, so I'm actually fine with just passing back. They had Brazen Borrower against our Bug, so thankfully not. Khan is going to be okay. I can still just allow this to resolve. Not too sure what Khan achieves here. Trying to think what my opponent thinks they have as an out here, because Needle obviously doesn't work. Chalice is there and we can respond to the Needle. They're gonna neg, that's gonna be fine. Yeah, can't alone without mana. I'm assuming it's EE. That's... no. That's fine. EE for 0 is going to be cool. Where are we going with this? End step? Yeah, okay. Swinging this back, just playing the same deck. This is a tough one. I really like the Force of Vigor, but otherwise it's a very slow hand. Ornithopter? Interesting. Ornithopter, yeah, could have been. Definitely. I don't think I can keep this. It's a one-lander, but I don't mind it. I'll probably keep it and put back the Reclaimer. And just hope they don't have Chalice as a starter. Hey Julian, welcome. Hope you're well. Sai's pretty good on turn 1. The ruse are good, thank you. But this is looking tough. Another crop. Well, we're definitely going for Thoughtseize. Ruse for kangaroos. Yeah, it's pretty nice, I will admit. Surgical and Emery. I'm just gonna go with the Emery here. I don't really care about the surgical. There's no point using crop. What do we want to do? Underground Sea. Interesting. I don't think I've seen Underground Sea in this deck before. I guess the black's for a few things? I'm not too sure. The drop bears are pretty scary, let's be honest. Ooh, Mana Confluence. Okay. Well, that's pretty sick, because that is Hexmage online and then Elvish Spirit Guide for crop rotation. Pedal's gonna be fine. No attacks. So let's go Spirit Guide, Exile, crop. I'm gonna crop away the Urborg because the Mana Confluence can at least allow me to cast the other crop rotation. Ooh, that's pretty good. I'm gonna attack first. I guess I could Caracas first so they can't block with Thopter and then sack it and another artifact for a card, but they're not going to anyway, so that's kind of nice. Oh, actually, now I found the line. Now I found the line. Nice. Thoughtseize you. So good. Yeah, Epic's there. There we go. Nice. Alright, you got a turn. There's City. Ooh, you got something. Oof. Urza's pretty good. But is it good enough? Surgical crop. It's pretty good. We have a crop in hand, so... Now they're down to 0 cards. Which is pretty good for us. Urza does get a spin. What's it gonna be? Another Urza? That's not good enough. Is it? They get a construct, but... Nice! Yes! Alright. It is 2:11 a.m. I'm gonna play one more. We'll play one more and we'll see how we go. And then I might call it because it is getting a little bit late. I do live in the future. Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. Hope you're all well. Hope you guys have plans, or maybe a night in just to relax. A few different options. Hey, thank Bob Mans. All the best. Enjoy your week ahead. Thanks for chilling out. So we went down to Doomsday and we got up against Urza Stompy. So sadly the 5-0 dream is lost, but a 3-2 into a 4-1, and now hopefully another 4-1 would be pretty cool. You're 11 hours in the past. Interesting. What is it like? I don't know why I said that with so much ambition. Come on, opponent. If I can do it, you can do it. Ah, just. Nice. Up against Koala. No way. Julian, did you set this up? This is pretty good. Turn 2 Hex Mage with Not of This World backup. I'll keep this. I'm going to lead on the depths as well, because I have the spare one. Well, I have heard you have had access to the back end, so you never know. You never know. Preordain off a snow-covered forest. 1 to the bottom, 1 to the top. Alright. Stage is pretty nice, but we have to play the city here. Black. Always yield. Black. Hex Mage. Days. That's pretty good. Did not expect days. Hey, Tim. You had a whole night's sleep and you're still streaming? Yeah, I had a big break, but I did, yeah, things happened. I think here I'm happy just for Thespian stage and then get a Urborg. Hope you will, Tim. They're going to force that, playing Days Undoing. Okay, so they're going to be a Hull Breacher deck, which is interesting. Brainstorm's going to be fine. So at least we still have Crop into Urborg. Astrolabe's fine. Duress, that's interesting. So I think I want to do... sorry. Oh, no, I can't take that back, can I? Oh, wow. That's rough. I was going to make a green. Whoa. Alright. Take swords. Rough. I didn't know it was like that with City Brass Online. I feel like this is just mental. That's fine. Okay. Oh, that's actually pretty interesting. I can Thoughtseize them and then play the other Dark Depths. Nice. I am going to just pass here. I don't think there are going to be a Wasteland deck, so I don't think I get too hit hard too bad here. That's fine. I'll take the 3. They found the other plow? Wow. It's a lot of plows. Nice. Whew. I think we're looking at definitely a snow deck, and it looks pretty mid-range control. So I'm going to say Snowko, but I'm going to quickly see if there's like a BANT version. No. Yeah, let's just go for Snowko. So, Surgical's obviously pretty good. Flusterstorm, Safekeepers. Taking out Stifle. Pedal. 3 Spirit Guides. 2 Needles. 1 more. Ah, only bringing in 2 Flusters. That makes sense. Okay. Nice. Okay. Huh. A little bit slow, but I don't mind it. It's got some really nice setup, so I'm actually going to keep this. I think this is a deck where you can get really caught out by going too quick. Nice. Okay. I'm going to play Lotus Petal here to play around Daze. Okay. I'm going to take Preordain and not care about the Arcanist or the Daze Undoing. Ancient Tomb, interesting. Really trying to get that Daze Undoing going. Pretty happy just passing here. Alright. Oh wow, okay. That kind of just happens. That's my opponent's hand. I'm pretty happy just to sack here. Maybe like Terminus is a thing I should care about, but I don't think I do, especially in a deck with Dreadhorde and Mentor. Ponder is hopefully just a shuffle. They do get another look, but it's going to be pretty tough. Chose not to shuffle. Interesting. Oh, I should have blocked. I definitely should have blocked. I didn't block. Interesting. They find another one? Wow. I guess I should have used crop before. Crop for step. I just didn't want to play around. I wanted to play around counter magic. And now they have the Arcanist as well. Oh, yeah. That was just a punt. That's rough. That's rough. Yes, they can, but then I can put... I guess, yeah, because then I don't have a land to actually do anything with. Yeah, that's true. Tough. Depths, crop, one land, mulligan. This is interesting. Scrying. Not of this world. Mana. I don't mind this because I can turn one scrying for Dark Depths and then just try to draw into... This is a tough one. This isn't that great either. Okay, we'll keep this. Bottom one petal and... maybe just petal here. It might even just be a hand disruption spell so I can keep 2 mana. I could also see Not of This World going. Maybe that's better. Just to slow them down enough to then hopefully allow us to start doing some pretty good stuff. I'm not really scared of a turn 1 creature, so I'm just going to Duress first. I think just swords here. I'm going to take surgical next. Oh, Blood Moon. I think it's just Blood Moon now. It's a pretty big one. Oh, that's interesting. I did not know that. That is very cool. Scrying's pretty nice. Just an attack for 1. Okay. I don't believe they have Wastelands, but I could be wrong. So let's see, so they have 1 card left. It is just surgical. I think I actually just leave it because I don't want to take the 2 damage. I guess we have we have 1 more turn, if that. Haha, yikes. Rough. I'm gonna call it there. I am definitely starting to lose it because it is a little bit late. But 2:30 a.m. is a pretty good finish. I've actually never done like a late stream, so this is pretty cool. Really could have hit you guys. Obviously, this one isn't looking too great. We did go 3-2 into 4-1, and now we have a 1-2 to finish. So, a huge thank you to you guys for coming in. Julian, thank you very much. If you guys want to find me on YouTube, you can find me here with all my streams and recordings. You can find me on Twitter here, and then you can also find me, of course, at the Green Sun Zenith. A huge good night, a huge early Happy New Year. I hope you're all well. If you want to catch me again next, I'll be back probably on the weekend sometime. Probably back playing Maverick, but we'll see what happens. Obviously, this deck is a blast to play, so it's been pretty sweet. I'll see you guys soon. I'm going to quickly see who else is streaming and maybe send you over somewhere. That's interesting. Let me see who else is playing. I think Marco is playing. Marco, I believe, is playing Legacy, so I'll send you guys there. Marco Mail. Nice. A huge thank you once again. My name is Zeus on Twitch. I usually stream Legacy Maverick, but tonight was, of course, Rainbow Depths. Enjoy Marco's stream. I believe he's on Legacy Ninjas, which is pretty sweet. So enjoy that. Take care.